Well, hello, 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 everybody. I think you know what time it is. Looks like we're already up on pace today, which is awesome. So whatever we do just kind of adds to that. So that'll be nice. Lewd with two dudes with food. I don't think I've ever seen that before. What? What? All right, let's get to it. was updating the settings on my own stream, and I noticed that there's a button in my own chat where I can give myself a sub. Yo. Yeah. I mean, that'd be cool if I could hit 15. We'll see. Depends how much time I can put in. I'm already ahead on pace, so like anything I'm doing now is just to build it up. Obviously, I know like I'm not going to be able to be doing it every day, so building up the pace will be good. But yeah, probably could do 15 today. I think I would like to be able to do around 1% a day if possible, but that's, you know, probably like 12 hours. So we'll see. That'd have to probably be an overnight run if I did that. I like your cute cat. That's really funny. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. Thank you. She's very cuddly. But she's over laying on the foam board over there. I had played with her a bunch before I got on, so that way she wasn't like mad at me or anything. And she was over here for a bit, but now she's laying like by the door, probably because it's cooler over there, not on the heating pad. It's been pretty warm, like -2 for you. Which, when you've been dealing with -10, it feels good. My house, yeah, right. My house isn't like actually freezing whenever I do anything. I wore my like winter pants to work, and the whole time I was at work today, I was like, "Oh my gosh, like I'm almost a little too warm." Needed to wear my normal pants. Oh, damn it. What did I start on? 62. Got it. Because I was like, I don't think I started on a flat number. I think it was a multiple. So every 2,000, 12,000, 22,000, 32,000, that sort of thing is my marker. And we're just about on the mark for like 10 per hour, which honestly I'm totally fine with. If I'm like basically at an even, give or take, you know, 10 kilometers an hour, that's fine for the corner, because that's basically like 15 or not 15, that's basically like 14, just a bit over 14 kilometers going straight towards the wall, and like that's good pace. I'm not, you know, necessarily sprinting for in-game time either, so it's kind of like, it's more of an, I think I mentioned it yesterday, it's more like an endurance run of like your schedule, I guess. But 14 isn't the best, you know, comparatively speaking, but it's not the worst. It's probably closer to like, I was looking at it yesterday, it's probably closer to like 10.5, which is more like a bit under 15, but you know, not that crazy different. But that's only based, that's me looking at the recording time. So, you know, that actually includes, actually now that I say that, yeah, that would include like the backups and stuff, or at least part of like exiting the game and whatnot before I pause it, and then when I unpause it before I start. So I guess it's probably a pretty good pace actually. Yesterday I was able to make an entire percent in less than 12 hours, which is you know, at 125 in 12 hours is faster than 10 per hour. So that was good. This might get me killed. Nope, we're okay. Let's see, if I did 1% per hour for the rest of the time, or 1% per day, which is genuinely pretty unsustainable, actually. But, hypothetically speaking, that would be only 85 more days. So I'd be like just a bit over 100, which is insane. Now, I'm targeting more like 130 to 150. I think I'd like to hit 140 as my like actual pace, and then, you know, I'd like to do 140 days of actual running to make it, and have 10 days in between there somewhere from, you know, January 11th to whatever, where I don't actually have to do running if because I think like February 20th I have to be gone for like 3 days, which is going to be a pretty big damper. But that'll only be 5 out of the 10 days that I'm allocating for my 150 run at like a 90 block per day pace, 90,000 block. So we'll see. I mean, that's the goal. Obviously, the pace on the bottom is set for your time, but that's simply just because your time is the current record in general. So, you know, I'm sure when Mr. Cool Bro breaks it, if he ends up being able to make it on that pace. Doesn't have to be more. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, do as best as I can. Try to get the numbers, basically make it as hard as possible for everybody else that wants to try. And that's about all I can do. And then I'll know, like, if I do it, you know, try to get as hard of a time as possible to accomplish, at least, you know, for somebody who's working or whatever. At least I think that would make it just tougher in general. But I think that'd be interesting to kind of see, like, could somebody beat this? Because I'm running a ton. Basically, my entire free time that's not sleep and work has been running for the last 23 days, and I'm assuming that for the majority of the next 150, that's my plan as well. Always possible, just will they? Oh, for sure, yeah, exactly. You know, you could do this. I don't know the exact math. I'd have to do it real quick. Actually, I can do it real quick. Let's just say that I'm going 10.2 per hour. So if we do 12,550.82 divided by 10.2, that's how many hours we're looking at, divided by 24. So that's what I thought. So just about 51 days, a little bit over that, is what you're looking at for doing the run without any breaks, which is crazy, right? So let's assume then you do nothing else except for sleep for 7 hours, we'll say. So 7 divided by 24 equals this number, which is great. So 29,166. Okay. Divided by 1. Oops, sorry. 1 divided by 0.29166666. Wait, really? No. I'm doing something wrong. Doesn't math up. Hold on. I think I did something wrong here. What was this number? Okay, so that's how many days it takes total if you're doing 24. Oh, that's what I was doing. I'm an idiot. So if you have 51 days, you take 7 hours of a break, So 21% or 29% of it is devoted to breaks. What is that? Over, is it one? I feel like you have a passage. Oh yeah, I definitely could. I believe it'd be that. So I mean, the fastest you could probably realistically do it is 65 to 70 days, assuming like you would sleep at least a reasonable amount per day. Don't you fucking do that to me. Get out of here. I'm gonna ban you. I swear to God. Almost tempted to do calling it 60 is feasible. You could do 60. I mean, well, let's see. Let me do this again. Divided by 60. You need to devote 85% of your day times 24 minus 24. That's how much sleep you can get per day on average to get 60 days going to the corner. Ignoring the minus sign. It's just because I'm a little bit of a. Hey, shut up, you. I'm a little bit of an asshole when it comes to units like that. So when I do the math, I'm like, I know what it means. But this is what I do basically on my phone though, while I'm running, like all the time. I'm like, so what about this? What if I did this? So yeah, you could do it. You could, in theory, if you did 3.5 hours of sleep every night for 60 days, you could make it to the corner, and then devoted every other waking hour, like 20.5 hours every day for 60 days, 2 months straight. You could do it. To be fair, I feel like if the pace was faster, about an hour, like 5 hours sleep. Okay. So let's just say instead I was doing 10.2. So you're saying you could probably hit 11, right? So in that case, if you're doing 11 per hour divided by 24, you only need 47 days. So that divided by 60 times 24 minus 24, 5 hours. You're on the nose. Son of a bitch. That was a great guess, dude. Holy shit. Did you do the math before me? That's crazy. That was a crazy guess for it to be this close. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's true. You were talking to me about your degree and everything. So that's true. Or what you were studying. I love doing this shit. It's so fun. And, well, I mean, it's not, but I find it fun. What am I at right now? 1777? Yeah. Divided by 12, 550, 82. I don't think that's going to be a big change here. Not bad. Yeah, I mean, if I can get over 76,000 per today, which is not impossible, I'll easily hit my pace starting tomorrow will be 40,000 blocks plus. So like I'm already ahead now. Of course, those days at the end of the month are going to kind of kill me, but my goal is kind of to get like, if I can get 76, 7 times 3 is 21. What am I, an idiot? 6 times 3, 7. Yeah, I am an idiot. So 21, 210, 228. So I need to be plus 228 before those to be flat 0 when I come back. Right? I did that in my head. Hold on. Back to the calculator. 76 times, what the hell was I saying? 3 days. 228. Look at me. Look at me. I was telling Mr. Cool Bro, I was like, I just split it up into 2 numbers. I did 20 and then whatever time. I did 70 times 3, 6 times 3, added them together. It's slow, but it works. I should probably start walking again because I'm going to destroy my pace. Not that I give a shit about in-game time. Oh, sick. Lufo tip of the day. Every day you're going to come into my chat with a new tip. Like, hey, by the way, I learned something. If you manage to make enough squid spawn in your spawn chunks, you'll never see any squids the rest of your journey. That's fire. Wait, really? Oh, I think you mentioned that the mobs, like, they didn't spawn as much anymore the farther you went out because you had loaded them. But I guess, yeah, that makes sense for the squid if you can just load it. Because those, like, a ton of them spawn. Yeah, I had a bunch earlier. Load the spawn check since they're capped. Oh. Oh, so basically at the beginning of your run, your best bet is to like actually go around and like spawn a bunch of stuff in the spawn chunk somehow. Whether it's just walking around to like constantly keep spawning more, and then when you leave, they all stay there. It's kind of tough to do, I guess, when you're already at 14%. Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. That's a really good strat to know for your run this summer. Are you like planning on doing practice runs and stuff to kind of like get the pace down, or are you just going to go start and just go straight into it? Yeah, fair enough. It probably doesn't hurt to see if like there's any more tips or any more tricks that you can figure out or implement that would work. But yeah, I mean, if you're already on pace, and plus you're looking for more real-time attacks, so it's kind of one of those like, can I stay on pace, and then also, do I have basically the space in my schedule to handle it as well? I'm actively searching for stuff. Yeah, fair enough. I don't honestly know. I mean, I'm sure you guys have already searched all the places that like I could possibly think to look, but currently saying goodbye to friends and family before you run. It's quite like, all right, I'll see you guys in 2 months. I know I have to like plan into my schedule time on the weekend to be like, all right, I'm gonna go to my parents' house because I haven't seen them. Yeah, I kind of did the same thing. I was like, yo, I'm doing this. Like I'm staying on pace, so it's not gonna destroy the schedule if you guys plan to do stuff. Like I'll still do stuff, but I am doing this. It helps at least people that like, I guess it matters to, like, yo, What are you doing? Where are you? I forgot to take my allergy medicine yesterday, and I am struggling today because of it. I will not make that mistake again. I was updating the settings on my stream. I was using my phone to do it. Anyways, I logged into the stream and like I opened the whatever stream manager on my phone and it opens the chat. And it was like gift a sub. And I was like, to myself? What are you talking about? I didn't know you could do that. That's so funny. Like, hey, Swoom. It's Swoom. I'm going to gift you a sub. Oh, thanks, Swoom. That's hilarious. You can. Oh, man. That's so funny. I mean, I guess it makes sense if you think about it, but it was just like off. I just saw it and I was like, wait, what? Let me just pay myself. Sounds good. Good luck. I'm curious to know what you get, to be honest. Let me know. I'll be here. I'll be walking. You know where to find me. What up, dude? How are you? How's your pace today? I wasn't able to stop in earlier just because I was at work doing work. Good to hear. Are you staying? Are you still sticking with 115 a day, or have you bumped it up at all, or just staying with that for now? I know you tried to get a bunch more yesterday. Should have finished 130 today. Did you not get to 130 yesterday? Or did you get to 130 yesterday and you're doing another one? I did 170 yesterday. Good lord. I see. Trying to hit 300. That's crazy pace in 2 days. It's impressive, genuinely. I gotta do 125 plus 2 sub 100. Oh, I thought it was 115. I don't know where. Oh, that's true. Yeah, obviously. You have to do basically, yeah, what, 125,582 exactly, or more than that, because that's where they're located, I guess. 1% a day. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, if you're at 150, every 5 days you get an extra percent. So on day 5 you'll be at 6%. Day 10 you'll be at 12. 15, will be 18%, and all the way up from there. So, by the time that you're at, let's see, 80 days, if you're doing 150, I think. I could be wrong. I don't actually know for certain on that, but I think you'd be able to get it in 80 days exactly. But that's tough. That's a pretty high pace to consistently do for 80 days. Oh, phone call. The boss is calling. Not my real boss, my fiance. And I'm going to get in trouble if I don't answer. So let me do that. just immediately was like, hey, let me tell you about my day. Here's all the random things that are going on. It's pretty good. I just hit 20,000 blocks and just a bit over 2 hours, but I spent a decent amount of that 2 hours kind of just screwing around, probably like close to 10 minutes. So pace is pretty good. I'd say we're looking at 20,000 blocks in 110 minutes. Or let's see, 110. And then copy this number, and then we go 20 divided by that number. So yeah, based on my number right now, I probably pushing 10.7, 10.8 up to 11. If I was doing really good, I could probably have it a bit over 11 right now, which is solid for sure. Get an extra 10,000 every 10 would be nice. Every 100 you get an extra 10. 10 buy 10 get 1. Not bad. Wow, nice. If you compare that, because it'd be times 1. Oh my gosh, I was still on my phone. Comparing that to the wall is 15.4. So about like best pace. Assuming I can be at that like 10 minute under. Although I did waste a lot of boats there because I was screwing around. But yeah, if I can be like if at hour 4 or sorry, if at 40,000 blocks my recording length is 3 hours and 50 minutes, then that's a perfect 11, which equates to like a pretty high pace. Equates to 15. Yeah, so 11 for me is 15.4 to the edge. It's kind of like a little conversion, like freaking Fahrenheit to Celsius. Breath through the mystical process. Save math. It's really funny. I figured it'd be easier to understand if I was just like, it's basically the speed. Because, I mean, technically speaking, 11 meters per second isn't actually how fast I'm going. Or 11,000 per hour. Technically, like, my walking pace is actually 15. But it only records on each coordinate as 11. But it is actually technically like that. So, technically speaking. He knows I'm dumb. Nah. Don't you dare. Lufo before was like, we were doing calculations, and I was like, you know, like maybe like 65, 70 days. And he goes, 67? And I was like, don't you fucking dare. I saw that. Yeah, that was funny. That was good. Very, very comical. Yeah, it's kind of fun to just like do random math, see what different paces are. Like, okay, well, you know, what if I did this today? What if I did this on average? What if I did this for the first, you know, X amount? That would leave me with this amount. And I can do that in, you know, however many days. Because I've thought about that too. I'm like, what if I do 100,000? And then I go down to like 60,000 towards the end. Had to make sure he's not giving you elite ball knowledge. Dude, that's so real, actually. Had to make sure that this guy wasn't poking and prodding with some new fancy finagled information. I understand. I have my CIA agents, you know, just keeping an eye on everybody that's running Twitch. Just, you know, let me know any new tricks in the house. Got to keep them all to myself. I'm a little greedy trickster. The funniest part for me is like, why keep it to myself? Number one, who the hell is going to try to beat this record to the corner? Number two, I don't think anybody's even going to the corner besides like a few people that haven't run in, you know, or, you know, they started years ago. So I was like, whatever. Even if you do use the tricks to like do a faster time or whatever, if we find new ones, like I'll probably finish my run before then. So like, hey, you know, I had it for a short time. I'll take it. Might do an edge run later on, but it'll definitely be a little while before I do one again if I do. Mostly because it hurts my body to sit this long. I was like getting pains in my side. And I was like, oh my gosh, I think my muscles are all messed up because I'm sitting so much. I got to stand up every couple hours and like move around and do stuff. Or else I'm going to become a little decrepit boy. A little. Yeah, I got nothing else actually. You're like, hey, how's he sprinting? Hold on. Don't mind me. I didn't install a plugin. Don't look at that. Do I have a goal? Not really, to be honest. I would say in-game time, I mean, it's tough to say. If I'm going 11 per hour, then we're talking about, please hold, 550.82 divided by 11. If I'm doing a perfect 11, then we're talking about 1150, 1140, 1150. I don't think I'm going to hit that because I think just especially the timer up top is going to be certainly probably slower than that. But I also probably didn't spend 100% of the time going that fast in game. So it's probably more likely that it'll be closer to like, I don't know, 10.4. So, it would be more like, let's see, 550.82 divided by 10.4. It'd be more like 1250 instead of 1150. So it's probably closer to like an extra 50 hours on top based on my general like downtime in the game and whatever. It'd be nice to beat 1300. Originally, I was expecting to go for about 13 and a half because I didn't know any like the boat tricks and stuff. After the boat tricks, it's more likely that I'll be closer to like 12 and a half, which is nice. Kind of get rid of 100 hours, which is really lovely. But we'll see. I think that'd be nice to get under 1250. But I think that's more likely kind of around the give or take what we'll have either way based on my pace. If I break the 1200 mark, that'd be pretty cool. But I think to legitimize breaking the 1200 mark on this, I would probably need to go back and like actually get the real number. So it might take a little while before I can say for certain like what the time is. But I would say within a reasonable error, the timer in the top right will be pretty accurate. I don't think it'll be very, extremely good, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's only a couple hours off at most. I think even that might be a little high. I think it's more reasonable that it might be closer to like an hour or two off at most. I think a lot of that comes down to some of the time that I was running, I forgot to turn it on. But also, I didn't turn it off when I wasn't running a lot of the time. So I think it'll balance out to some degree, but it's certainly going to be either over or under by some amount. It can't be like nearly identical. But it'll be a good reference. If I'm sitting at 1270 on there, it's entirely possible that I'll be more like, 1265 or something. But it should be a pretty good idea. Because I do keep it only running, and then I pause it whenever I do a backup and stuff. So, it records. It sometimes records after for a little while if I forget. Sometimes I forget to turn it on and it doesn't record for a little while at the beginning. So, but it's not a ton. I think the most I ever forgot was 30 minutes. But then I also added that time back in anyways. So it was only off by a couple minutes at that point at most. And then outside of that, I forget about it and I'm like, oh crap. And I look down and it's been 7 or 8 minutes. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. But then to the flip side, I'll pause the game and exit and I still haven't turned off the timer. So then some of that time gets cut off anyways. I don't think it'll be an extreme number, frankly. I think it'd be more surprising if it was an extreme difference between the real and what the timer up there recorded, but I don't expect it to be perfect by any means. Oh yeah. I was about to say, when you mentioned that you were forgetting about it, when you were doing your run, I was like, that's so real, dude. Always forget about the timer. Actually, you know what's funny? I just went up. I just looked up into the top right, and I was like, "Did I turn it on?" I literally just checked to see if it was even on. Um, Sometimes it gets messed up, but if it's ever like off, and I can tell, like, wait a minute, I definitely wasn't at 160. I was like definitely at 170 or something. I'll go back and then look at the other VOD, and then the last recorded tick time in that VOD is like, okay, that's the left off time. And sometimes it'll tick until the video ends, but I'm like, whatever. Within 30 seconds of that end of the video is when I start like the timer for this one. So again, it should be pretty accurate, but oh yeah, I forget about the timer all the fucking time. I forget about the timer constantly. The progress bar, it'd be nice if the progress bar updated more, but I don't, in the same vein as the pace and all that, like, I don't think there'd be a good way to do that without it being too invasive to the game file. That would, like, scare me, or I'd need to somehow read it off the screen, which would be equally kind of tough to do. I think Lufo talked about doing that, and he was like, it was a complete pain to get that to work properly. So did you see him talking about that thing where you can spawn all the squid in the spawn chunk, and then it should kind of reduce them for the rest of the run, if not eradicate? Yeah, it's a cool idea. I think that'd be a pretty nice thing to exploit for later run. I don't really think the squids are much of an issue. Certainly, I think it's kind of annoying to deal with like other mobs, but didn't tell me that. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know about that either. I would have done it too. I haven't really had too many squid problems, but yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I wouldn't hate if they were gone. But I mean, yeah, like by the time I get to like 30% of my allocated memory, it kind of dies off. Like if you look now, I'm at 44%. There's nothing anymore. I've spawned enough because let's see, 228. So I've probably gone. Yeah, that makes sense. I've gone 26,000 blocks, and on the diagonal, that spawns in a lot of chunks. My game file's already like 20 gigs. I was like, good lord, man. I'm not even 15%. This thing's going to be a big old file. It's going to be probably, I mean, 130, 125 gigabytes. Like, holy. I'm going to need to adjust my storage on my computer as we get farther and farther into this. Do some finagling to make some space. That way it can survive in the normal app data folder. Because my actual PC's drive is kind of full. And I'm a little worried about it. I didn't really think about that actually till like kind of right now. It shouldn't be a huge issue right now, but it's certainly something to keep in mind. I got a 2 terabyte external for this actually, and I have all my video files as well as like any backups I make on there, and it's down to like 1 terabyte already. I was like, oh no. It's so much data, but like all the video files are like 20-30 gigs, and I'd like to, at least for the time being, to keep all those stored, for the sake of in case something gets taken down somewhere. I have all those recordings still. I ain't trying to do this again. Yeah, it's a lot of storage. I don't know. I might have to get an entirely larger whatever. Farland, he both hates and loves going to the Farlands. Dude, that's so real. I keep telling myself, I'm like, I don't know why I did this. This sucks. And I genuinely am not having fun. However, I like it. I don't know how to explain it. I think it's also the prospect of what it offers. I know for a fact that the pace that I'm on, and if I could keep it, would be the fastest pace to the corner ever, finished, which is pretty cool to say that. And also as of now, at least, bar no changes with the finishers, I'd be number 3 to the corner, which is like, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it is sick. I mean, even you, like, you'll be part of a group of people that's like, you think about it. How many people play Minecraft every year? How many people have played Minecraft? It's hundreds of millions of people. And, of that group, how many people have watched Ant Venom's video? How many people know of the FarLands? Even if it's like just something that they watched in the past, people have still heard of it. They know what it is. And, like, you finish that time for a period, of course, until Lufo's maniac ass goes and does 50. But for a time, you'll have the fastest time recorded to the Farlands. Like, that's sick. That's super cool. Even if it doesn't hold for a while, and I don't think mine will for, years and years and years and years or anything. But, it's just cool to be able to say, like, at one point or during the time where you do have it, like, yo, I have that record. Like, oh shit, that's crazy. Oh yeah, in any case too, for you, you're going to be the first person to break the 100-day barrier if you stay on this pace. It's not really something that can be taken away, right? That's one of those accolades that, like, yeah, you were the first person to break 100 days. That's sick. Even if it's no longer the fastest time, if somebody breaks 70 or Lufo breaks 50, that's insane. But, like, you also still were the first person to break 100, just like Kilo was the first person to get to the end. It's cool to be the first to do it. It'll be cool to be third overall for sure if nobody else, like, ends up finishing before me, if those other players don't keep running. That'll be sick. Like, yeah, third ever to even make it. That's pretty cool. But also, yeah, it'll be cool to just be like, yeah, it was the fastest run. Like, nobody's made it faster than I did. Nobody, not a single other person that's played Minecraft has ever done it faster than me. That's pretty cool. It's just cool. You'll be the first sub 220, I think. I'll be the first sub 200, my guy. I might be the first sub 150. Yeah, 200. I was about to say, I was like, sub 220 is sick. Don't get me wrong. I don't know what the current is, to be 100% honest with you. I know what Lufo's is, but that was when I was making my timer. I was basing off of Lufo's in the complete and utter, ignorance of the fact that people were trying to do 100 days. So, I'm sitting here like, oh, I'll do 167 days. And he did 168. And you're over here like, yeah, I'll do it in 99. So that's why I was like, oh, okay, well, whatever. But see, don't you fucking dare. Stop it. Urgh! I hate you all. I swear to God. Fucking stupid ass numbers. 6-7 is this generation's like 21. What's 9 plus 10? 21. You're stupid. No, I'm not. Yeah, that. God, haven't heard that shit in a while. Yeah, it'll be sick to be the first sub 200. I think I might be able to get a sub 150, but we'll see. I think that's probably the limit, though. It's like I'm not getting a sub, 140 or sub 130. If I did, well, that's crazy. I didn't think I would. But I think the limit of what I could probably realistically get is a sub 150. And also, I don't think I can do it really any faster the later on. Like, I think life's going to become more and more restrictive of doing something like this as time goes on, especially since, like, at the moment, I'm living by myself, which is pretty conducive to doing something like this. And so, all those things combined make this, for me at least, one of the most opportune times, even though I am still working a job and stuff, because I like have the time otherwise to sit down and do this, where I likely won't have that in the future. So I think 150 is probably my personal cap, to be honest with you. If I wasn't working a job, I could probably go 140, maybe 130. Faster than that would be extremely unexpected for me, from me. But yeah, with working and like having to sleep enough and all that stuff to like do chores around the house and sleep and not be falling asleep at work, I think 150 days, and the amount of travel that is, because we're talking about, if it's 90,000 block average, I need to do, basically, I need to get home from work after 8 hours. And then I need to sit down and I need to do 8 hours of this. And then I need to go to sleep. And that's the average, right? So, realistically speaking, we're talking about more like I need to do probably close to 9 or 10 hours when I can. Because some days I'm not going to get to 8. And so, yeah, my sleep has definitely been reduced by a lot, which is not the worst thing in the world because I can function on almost any amount of sleep usually, and I kind of can have like full control. It's weird. I don't really, in most situations, if I'm not like sitting and watching TV or whatever, I can kind of generally control if I fall asleep or not. If I'm sitting and watching TV or something on the couch, oh yeah, I'm clocking out, dude. Hell yeah. But other than that, generally, like if I was doing stuff and I'm like, I need to work on this stuff through the night, I'll stay up to like 3, 4, 5 a.m. And then I'll go to bed. And then I'll wake up. And sometimes, I can wake up after that at like 9 a.m. or I can wake up at 1. But then I can also turn around that night and go to bed at like 9 p.m. and wake up the next morning at like 7 a.m. And that, I'm not an early bird. I'm generally, like, I function better at night. But I also can kind of control my sleep schedule pretty well. As long as I have an alarm that's loud enough to wake me up, because I fucking hibernate. But as long as something wakes me up, which I don't like waking up, I get very mad. But I can basically control, like, going to bed completely, and it doesn't really bother me that much. Like, I still function just fine. Some days I'll just be like, whatever, I'll get a couple hours sleep. Some days I'll go to bed, like over the last weekend, I was like, you know what, I need to sleep. I haven't slept in a while, and I just laid down and went to bed for like 14 hours, which is really funny. But then like last night I turned around and went to bed at like 5 a.m. and then I woke up for work at 8:30, so I got like 3.5 hours, and I was like, not bad, honestly. I feel fine, generally speaking. Like, I'll probably stay up late again today because I don't feel that bad, but come Wednesday I'll probably sleep like 11 hours because then I work from home. It's a weird balance, but I've been able to work it out, and that keeps me above pace because as long as I'm doing 10 a day, like right now I'm at 240, and I did some last night overnight, so that technically counts for the day. So I'm probably closer to like 6 hours in the day already, so I only need to do probably till 11, 12 p.m. I thought my 6 hours was bad. Yeah. Oh, you could rock the record, dude. Oh, I'm sleeping. Oh, I was about to say, there's no way it takes you 6 hours to get that. Okay, that makes way more sense. Yeah, 6 hours sleeping. Honestly, 6 hours is pretty low. It depends on the person too, right? Like I can have caffeine. So this is funny. A couple nights ago, I was sitting there and it was like 3 a.m. and I had just had like a coffee, whatever drink, and I was drinking a Red Bull and I was halfway through it. And while I was drinking it, I was like, man, I'm quite tired. So I went and laid down and just went to sleep for the night. I had just, like, literally just taken a sip of the Red Bull before I did that. And then I brushed my teeth and went to bed. I can do that if I want to. The caffeine does not bother me when it comes to, like, if I can go to sleep or not. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll go to sleep. You kidding me? I'll go to sleep right now. And then I'll just fall asleep. Doesn't matter. It's the most bizarre thing in the world. But then I can wake up, like, 3 hours later and then function for the day. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good to go. Like, I worked today. Got back around 3 hours ago, maybe a little bit more than that ago. And I would say I was more tired at work than I am now, to be honest. But also, like, it's not that I always get 6 hours, or it's not that I always get like 3 hours. Like, chances are I might not get a ton tonight, but chances are Wednesday I'll get more than 8. And then over the weekend, I'll certainly get more than 8 both nights. Like, that's kind of just how it is. So, I don't never sleep, but I can function on no sleep if I'm like, I don't need to sleep. I'm going to do that because I need to make up some time. But also part of me knows, like, it's temporary. It's not going to be, I'm not going to be able to put myself through this amount of time doing this amount of stuff in the future. Especially, like, with work and then, God forbid, like, kids and stuff. So, might as well do it now. It's only 150 days at most of this. You know, it sounds like a lot, but that's May. You know. So, whatever. Or I guess that'd be June, technically. June 11th still. Or June 9th or whatever. But, like, yeah, we're still talking about, like, it's still pretty early into the summer. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like it's that much of the year. It's less than half the year. And, yeah, it's a lot. But, like, chances are I'm not going to be able to do this in the future. I know that for a pretty high certainty. Like, I'm in a position right now where this is kind of like a temporary situation, me being by myself here. I know I'm not going to be by myself in the future. I'm going to have more things to worry about. And also, like, moving and, you know, just get, like, a different job. My job is pretty flexible right now, generally speaking. Like, I still need to get my shit done, but it's more flexible than, like, the average job, I'd say, in terms of what I can do. So it's kind of one of those, like, hey, you know, my next job might not be like that. So while I have this job still, might as well do this. Because I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. And by the time I might be able to do this, I might be some old motherfucker. And Minecraft might not even be, like, the same fucking Minecraft. Yeah, it goes by pretty fast. Yeah, I mean, I expect it to go by decently fast. It's already been 23 days. It's pushing a month. Basically need to do that 4 more times. You know, it's like, that's not that much, all things considered. It's already been a month. 4 more. You know, how fast did 2025 go by? We're already in 2026. Feels like 2024 was not that long ago. You know, feels like 2024 was like 3 months ago. And it was 13 months ago. And it's like, oh, shit. So, it's not going to take that long. You know, every single time you sit down. Well, I'll say when I'm at work, it's pretty easy for me to go to work and then, like, it gives me the motivation because I'm like, damn, I wish I was just running right now, you know, and that motivation kind of, like, pushes me when I get home for running. But then, like, as the run goes on, it dies and dies and dies. And I found it harder when I don't have work to kind of have that motivation because, like, there's nothing keeping me away from doing it. So then I kind of, like, consume, I guess. And kind of burns me out more when I run on days where I don't, like, have work. It's a weird balance thing, I think. But it does seem to help kind of having, like, something else that almost makes you not be able to. Because, like, sure, you can have a hobby where you're like, oh, I have this hobby that I'll do on the side as well. But, like, you control that hobby, right? But when it's a job or, like, something else, it's this weird, like, it controls you, which sucks, dude. Oh, my God, it fucking sucks. I hate it. Also, it just sucks to have bills that are, like, more than half your salary because it's like you get paid and then it fucking just burns. And you're like, all right, cool. But that's, I mean, I'm sure, you know, more jobs, things change, that sort of thing. Change jobs, that whatever. But, oh, yeah, dude, bills are fucking painful right, sometimes, especially right now. It is not fun to just watch your money go poof. It hurts a little bit. It's like, wait a minute, I wanted to buy stuff with that. I have a buddy of mine that, like, he got a car recently. And then he messaged me today and he's like, hey, man, like, I got this car part. It's going to be sick, all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, motherfucker, I've had my car for 2 years and I haven't been able to buy car parts for it. Your ass has had this for like a week and you're buying car parts. Like, I hate you. But he's always done that. That's like, he's always worked on cars. Oh, the kitty's here. Hi. Hi, Bob. What are you doing? She came for the warmth of the heat pad, I suppose. Let me lean over. Hello. Hi. I wonder why my whole, like, my OBS thing crashed yesterday and it, like, logged me out of everything. I wonder why. I mean, obviously I fixed it, but it was weird because I was like, that hasn't happened before. Damn. Really? How the hell did you go that fast in an hour? Feel different. Alright. Alright, tough guy. What trick did you find? Yeah, I bet it is just optimizations of stuff. A lot of it is little kitty cat. She's come to say hi and for warmth. She's very sweet. She's very soft too. And also very allergenic. Allergy. I'm allergic to her. And I still bought her because she's a baby. If you ask my fiance, she'll say she birthed her. And I'm like, I don't think that's how that works. Sometimes I can get her to attack my hand if I put it under her legs. Oh, no, you're in a sweet mood, aren't you? Oh, hi. You're being so sweet today. You're being a sweetheart today. What you doing? It is kind of funny how I can just... She doesn't really care. She's a very, very relaxed cat. She loves people too. Like, people will come in instead of, like, you know, cats will run and, like, hide and stuff because they're a little spooked. She'll, like, kind of come out and she's like, who's here? Who is this? Can I come smell them? She's a sweetheart. I grab her feet. It's funny. She could not care less. In the big 26. Outrageous. This guy, can you believe it? Who's got those emojis ready to go? Them shits are strapped. Motherfucker's got the... He's got the big iron on his hip. Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9. Fucking, what is that from? Is that from White Kids podcast or the White Kids show or whatever? I don't know. That shit's always funny. Talking about, I don't know. All right. All right. I see how it is. I see. I understand. I am quite unk. I get told that a lot. I'm like, I'm really not that old. They're like, yeah, but you don't know shit. Hi. Did you get woken up by me? My bad, dude. My bad. Can I see your paws? Can I see your paws? Thank you. That's okay. She took them back. I understand. I gotta do my boat jump, so I can't pet you right now. Hold on. She's off to my right, so my mouse I need for boat jumps, but otherwise I can. Hello. Hello, papas. Oh, my bad. You're pushing me away with your foot. Let's see if I can make you mad. Oh. Ow. I got your claws. Oh, hi. Okay. Go ahead. Like my salty fingers. Weirdo. Look at her. She thinks I'm a snack. What are you doing? What was that for? Yo, stop chewing on the cord. Did I hurt your face? My bad. The cord for the camera. She just cannot. She's like, if there's one thing in my life that I want to chew, it's electrical power. Won't eat snacks. Won't eat cat treats. Won't eat the gooey whatever stick cat treats. Hates wet food in a can. Barely eats hard food. Loves crackers. She loves carbs. Carbohydrates, I guess. Oh, and power cords. And wood. For some reason. But she hates treats. So 972 at if we say just a bit above 1K hours. Damn, dude. Are you gonna take my fucking record too? This guy's coming for everybody. Holy. I wouldn't even be shocked. You would be the kind of person to be like, I'm doing both in 50. I'm doing both. Yet, don't you dare. I swear to God. I'm gonna go get hired at Mojang. At Mojang? Mojang? I never know how to pronounce it correctly. I'm gonna go stop the support for beta 1.7 right after I get the record. Be like, ooh. Sorry, that was locked in stone now. Tough. Says XP running other games much. Yeah, that's fair. I know. I was like, I'd like to, consistently do runs and stuff. I think probably after I'm done with this run, I'll likely go back to just kind of hanging out on my personal, like the whatever server, the modded 1.12 one. But I don't think it's out of the room. Like, I probably will stream it. The only issue is it'll already be kind of like far into it. So yeah, we'll see if I'll do that, because but I do like that server or that world. So maybe I'll just continue and be like, all right, well here I'll do a full introduction of everything I've done, because it's not by any means finished. It's kind of like I finished stage 1. You know, I've kind of geared up and I've got a nice little space and everything, and so I'm starting to build like Galacticraft stuff now and whatnot. So I guess that might be interesting, but who knows? I will say though, I made some redstone under the floor when I controlled like the heaters and stuff, because I have it that one mod where like temperature matters, and then also the seasons, which is kind of cool. So like it gets cold in winter and whatever. But if anybody sees my redstone, they might have a panic attack, to be honest, because it's one of the most horrendous things that personally I've ever made, and for some reason I just cannot fix it. So I just kind of left it. And, you know, it does its job. It's not great, but it does its job. And that's all that matters. But it is terrible to look at. Hi, Bubs. What are you doing? Taking a nap? Ancient redstone secrets. Oh, ain't nothing under there a redstone secret. More like a redstone confusion. You go to, if you want to learn how to do redstone, don't go and look at my redstone. You'll just unlearn. I think if you showed Mumbo Jumbo my redstone, he might get worse at redstone. I used to be so good at it too. I don't know what the hell happened. I used to be really good about like just knowing general game mechanics and like what was best for what. And then I 1.17 and I was like, nah, whatever. Okay, Malwarebytes, what the hell are you doing on my screen? Giving me advertisements. Get out of here, dude. It's rude. Let me back those back in the day. 40% off, what a deal. Oh my god, yeah. So much. It's so much better, yeah. Send your cat to Lipo's house. I don't think my cat would even leave my house, dude. I've tried to like see if she would want to go outside, and she doesn't. She's like, I know what I have here. I don't want to give it up. Because she was a stray for a while before. Oh, nice. I wasn't paying attention. She was a stray. And then, so she was a stray and then she got adopted. And then they brought her back. And then we adopted her. And I was like, why would anybody bring her back? She's like she's a very good cat. Maybe it conflicted with like one of their animals though. But, I've taken her like onto the back porch and stuff, like holding her. Cause I'm like, oh, allergies. That's true. Never thought about that. I mean, I also have allergies. I just suffer. But I took her out on the back porch, onto the balcony, because I was curious to see, like, would she want to kind of, like, walk on the balcony, look around, that sort of thing. And I was holding her, of course. And she was, like, kind of looking around at first. And then eventually she was, like, went onto my shoulders and then jumped from my shoulders back into the house and, like, ran into the house. And she was like, no, thanks. Which is really funny. She loves when the screen is open. So like when it's nice outside, I'll open the glass and then have the screen there, so like all the air and noise and everything comes in, and then I'll put her little like cube thing in front of it, and she'll sit on that. She loves that. She loves like the smells and the noises. But if I go and then open that screen, she'll run away. She doesn't like it. She's like, nope. Yeah, I was blowing my nose because I'm stuffy. And then I started texting. That's why I would like stop in the corners. But walking diagonally is something more than straight at least. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. It is. There's something about it that's quite nice. I think it's like also the flexibility. Maybe like when I feel like I'm going straight towards the wall, it's like if I go to the sides at all and deviate, I immediately feel like I'm no longer losing, or I'm no longer I'm losing time or whatever. I'm not gaining anything by doing that. But like you can go side to side here, and in regardless of what you do to avoid stuff, you still gain positive. Just it's sometimes like right now, if I look up to the left, I'm about 300 behind on Z. So like I'll try to kind of stay on the right side of stuff more right now, and then sometimes that'll like drop to like 1,000 or something. I like it, won't do it. Yeah, I don't blame you. I would not either. I mean, I think I calculated it last night, and I had already walked something like 2.5 million, and it's only registered as 1.8. So, oh god damn it. So yeah, it sucks. Oh, did I make you stretch? My bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. Hi. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh god, nice, dude. Love it. See, I can usually get her to mess with this. I have a Q-tip. She likes to mess with those. Bubba. Not here. Look at this. Are you not interested right now? Are you too tired? Okay. Sorry. She doesn't care about it right now. She's like, screw off, I'm sleeping. My bad, dude. My bad. now you look at me because I'm stretching. Hi. What are you doing? That's exactly what I did, yeah. Immediately just booped her. Actually, she loves it whenever I like put my finger out, because then she'll like put her nose on my nail and then like move her head real quick to like itch it or something, and it's kind of funny. Maybe she's using my fucking nail to pick her own nose. Little gross shit. And now she's licking her toes. Sorry, it was me touching your feet too dirty for you. I apologize. What is this leg doing? What are you doing with this one? This one's just sticking out here. Oh, you getting a little mad at me? Okay, I'm sorry. This might get me attacked by a zombie. Nope. Hi, I pet you. Directly on Minecraft. Yeah. There's definitely got to be a way to like read the file as it's being updated, because, well, it's tough, right? Because every single time you hit escape, then it does the save. Like it says it's saving or whatever. So I don't actually know. There is. I do. There's a time without. Ah, I see. I see. Can you count ticks or like the? Isn't there a way that it records like the in-game time though? Oh, I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Man, inventory tracker for fun though. It works well. That's cool. That's actually pretty neat. I'd be curious to see. Is that like tracking everything you've used, or just like what's currently in the inventory, that sort of thing, to like show? What are you doing over there, dude? What I got here? What I got here? Ah, I see. That's sweet. I've honestly never made any like plugins or mods or anything, but I think it'd be really cool to kind of make some. There's a game I wanted to, but a lot of the mods that I was like wanting to make, because I was like, oh, this would be nice to have, were already kind of made, because I didn't even know there was a modding community, and I was like, oh crap, well, never mind then. I already made what I was gonna make, so. Oh, what am I dropping now? Oh, that's wild. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Just having a small script on the side to do it. Nothing crazy. Nothing that changes the game or anything like that. What are you doing? You cannot eat that, Bobbas. You cannot eat that. I'm holding a pen in front of her face. She's chewing on it. What an idiot. Oops. Wrong button. Kitty kitty. For first time, that's not going to be a mod. Yeah. I think it's going to be really tough to figure out a way to do like a more precise timer that's not like actually invasive of some kind. And that's always the risk you run, like once you start doing it, or well, the risk you run when you start doing invasive is always like messing with the game itself and like any sort of, you know, quote unquote vanilla legitimacy or whatever. Like, well, what else did you do to the game then? I was trying to put the pen next to it. She wasn't. She kept looking away from the camera because she's a little sheep. You get you on the pen again. What are you doing? What are you doing, dude? Oh. She's kind of like smelling the camera. What are you doing? I mean, the one I had first journey works well, but having one I always be nice. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it would be really nice to just have one that just does it, you know. When you're unpaused in-game, it's running. You pause at any point, you know, it just automatically stops or whatever. That's way nicer than having to, like, keep track of pressing a button at the same time to keep it, like, as accurate as humanly possible. And then, you know, you forget this time and you have to realize, oh no, I gotta go back, or whatever the case is. But yeah, doesn't seem like it's that easy to do it in the game file in this version. It's just not. My timer did pause when I paused, but something just crashed. That's interesting. Yeah, that is weird. I mean, this timer that I'm using is like just a straight up OBS script. So it's, you know, it's just writing on top of some random text file on my computer. It's nothing crazy. And then I just have a button on my keyboard that's for like stop start. That's it. Also, Molly left, so little sheet. She was tired of me annoying her. Oh, no boats again. I feel like I fly through boats so much. I need to get some more wood. Starting to run low again. Ooh. I like when I put the weight on the wrong button, and it's like, you know what? Backwards. It's like, oh shit. Oops. My bad. Did you, Lufo, did you see the thing that I was talking about where like it just kind of aligns itself to the corner whenever you're going on a 45? when you're doing the boat tricks. Like you can just hold it down because you don't actually have to control it. It'll just, like, I'm not turning or anything. It's just doing that itself until we get to the corner. It's really nice when you're actually going to the corner. Is your reply? Rip. Python doing Python things? Yeah. Python does do Python things. I wish I would have. I mean, I learned Java, but I also Python was the first one I learned. Then I learned Java, and I was like, well, C++ would be good because C++ is more versatile for like games and generally like, well, games. But then I never fully learned it. I kind of just know Java and C and Python, to be honest with you, which are like polar opposites of each other. So it's kind of funny, but I don't know. Those are the ones that we were taught in college, I guess. And not MATLAB, fucking LabVIEW, which most people have no idea what that is. Unless most people now more know what it is, I guess. I don't know how much people know about it now. It was not very common. I had never heard of it when I was in college until I was in the class for it. I figured, yeah, it's still pretty niche. I thought it's like it's a coding language for scientific interface and data collection and that sort of thing, but the code itself is written visually, not using text or like not using ASCII. It's built using actual lines connecting different nodes on a basically canvas. And so that's how you like can wire things together. So instead of writing like, a vector or a pointer connecting two things, or like this does that, if this, if this then that or whatever, you'd have like a box that has two different settings, and depending on if the input is a 1 or a 0, it's either box 1 or box 0, and it just like it's one or the other in the same exact place, and it's just a visual way to code. Basically, it's interesting, but I like it because I'm a visual person, so I find it to be not easier, but just I can quickly understand it a lot faster than I can if I were to read somebody's code and try to figure out what's going on. That would take me a lot longer. Bubba, what are you doing over there? You're walking in all suspicious like. What are you doing? You coming back up? Welcome back. Oh, and she walked off screen. Okay, you should walk on top of my mouse. What? What are you over here for? What are you doing over here? You're on the wrong side of my desk. The camera's not over there. Please don't step on my keyboard. She's actually standing in front of my screen. So I'm using the OBS screen on the right to play. Little asshole. Can you get out of my way, dude? Thanks. Much appreciated. Hi, are you looking for attention? Hi, how are you? You have so much fur. I need a vacuum. My house is covered in fur. From you, Missy. From you. You have a lot of fur. Madame, don't chew on the cord, I swear to God. I like how she doesn't care. I kind of figured she'd get mad and start biting me. She's a sweetie. Oh, hi. You're not in the attacking mood, I can tell. Where are you? Hello. Oh! She was not a fan of me moving this around. She was not having it. My bad. I was trying to get your face in there, bub. It wasn't scary. I don't know how that was scary. My bad, my bad. This thing's covered in hair, dude. Holy shit. I need to clean this. This has so much hair on it. I don't know if you can see this when I do this. Look at all that. Oh my god. She's so fucking furry. Ew, bro. You're gross. Yo, nasty ass. Put that in the garbage. Put that in the garbage. Basura. I don't know what garbage is in other languages. I can't remember what it is, to be honest. I do know that toilet in Japanese is a fun word. It's toire. But I don't remember a lot because that was like 5 years ago and I only did a year of it in college. So that was just for fun because I needed to like fill a class slot. And I was like, no, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to learn some Japanese. Probably, I would say probably 130 or 140, and then that would kind of be like a breaking point for me where I'd be like, I got to do other things, or else I'm gonna like fucking lose it. Um, assuming let's say I were to like sleep for like 8 hours or so, probably could get like 140, maybe 150 if I'm doing like perfect runs for 14 hours. But yeah, I would definitely need those 2 hours, if not more, throughout the day of like other stuff to not go kind of crazy. Like I'm getting pretty close to my cap for my allocated memory, so I'll do a backup soon. I'll probably take a break for like an hour, even after just 4 hours, or well, yeah, 4 hours. So I try to keep it somewhat balanced because I try not to like make myself insanely burnt out at once. But I probably could get 140 or 150 on each, but that would be pushing the limit. Like I'd like to try to hit 100. That's kind of like, if possible, go to 100 every day. Um, Anything more than that, it's gonna push it. But yeah, the upper limit for me was probably with no breaks 150, 160. If I did it 24 hours straight, I mean, yeah, I could probably get to 200, 250 or something in a single like 24-hour session. But I don't want to do it for 24 hours straight. Also, I think my cat's chewing on plastic. I can fucking hear her. So hold on. Let me go. What are you doing, dude? Yo. Yo. Are you chewing on plastic, dude? What are you doing over here? What are you doing? Why the fuck are you chewing on plastic, my guy? We're just gonna stare. No, no, don't go back and no, don't do it more. What are you doing? Hey, stop it. I'm gonna fucking move that. You don't stop chewing on it. She's a little shit. She's just standing, or she's just sitting in the like middle of my office, staring at me with plastic underneath her, and I'm like, stop. I don't know how you did that, but stop. So little sweetie, she come say hi. Nice, dude. That's pretty good. Yeah, 10K. I mean, at your pace, you'll be done with that in what, 45 minutes? So that'll be nice. Kind of be done and dusted and be able to kind of relax. Enjoy the rest of the, enjoy the rest of the day or like kind of evening, that sort of thing. It'll be kind of, it's nice to be going to the edge because you kind of get that time back, but it's still a lot of time devoted. So that's sweet. Some good pace. Shit, 300 in 2 days. That's fucking crazy, dude. It's impressive as hell. It's gonna be funny whenever like you reach the same coordinates as me. That's gonna be really funny. I wonder what number that'll be because it'll probably be. Let's see. At day 100 for you, I'll be at day 120, which is so when you're at 100%. Well, 100% for you is 100. 100% for me is 150. So 20. I have no fucking idea, to be honest. I don't feel like doing all the math for it right now, to be honest. But I'm curious what day, like what session or what day will that be where it's like you overtake my value? Because like you were way ahead of me before. I probably will hit 2.2 before you reach me. You'd be like 75.8. Really? You think I'd be that far ahead by the time you reach me? Because I'm not. I mean, if you're doing 302 days. No, okay, yeah. I was about to say it's more likely that you'll probably catch me like at 30 or 40%. I'd say. Because you have to get there in 50, or you have to get there in 100 days, which means your 50% is 50 days from now. My 50% is day 70, which is also 50 days from now. So it's more likely that it'll be like right around the halfway mark that we match up at 50%. That's my guess, at least. It'll probably be a little bit before 50% that you catch me. Probably like 45%, I think, is where you'll catch me. If I was going like very close to your speed, then I would most likely just make it before you make it. The only reason that I wouldn't is because since you're doing it basically, if you're doing it in 120, let's see, you started yesterday. So if you're doing it in 122 days or less, then you will catch me by the time I make it there. Like, if you would have waited, say, till March, or maybe, let's say, if you would have waited till April to start your run, then yeah, I would have reached the end and like gotten the new record by going to the corner. I would have gotten the overall first. But also, like, my intention was more just to get to the corner, so I don't really care. But because you're starting now and going for 100 days, also, like, yeah, if you were going for 150 days and I was doing 160, like, I would still beat you at 160, but then you would swoop in underneath after, even if we start, like, even if you were running while I was running and going faster than me, just because, like, that 10-day gap isn't going to be made up, or a 10-day gap isn't going to be made up in pace if I'm already, basically 3% at that point. Well, a 10-day, it's probably more like 9%, but What do you think you'll aim for tomorrow in terms of blocks? You think you'll just try to hit another 150, or you think you'll like pull it back? Whoa. I'm going to sit here for a second on the ocean floor and let that relax, because I was getting some major spike in there. We can do like 150. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, 10 hours. I would say probably 10 hours is probably the peak of what, because that's like, for me, that's kind of the peak of what I'd be able to do as a per day. And even that's kind of like a bit unsustainable, but also, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like you do 150, and then, you know, the days where you don't have as much time, you do like 120, 110, or whatever it is. And, you know, that keeps you on pace still. That's kind of why, like, I'm taking advantage of now and building up a bunch of time. So, like, it'd be great to be like a couple 100,000 ahead of the pace, which that's the goal anyways, to be 150. But we'll see, you know, again, even if I hit 160 or whatever, we'll see. I got lots of time till then, though. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's up to you, you know, what do you want your number to be? I guess is more of an argument to make, you know. But yeah, if you just want to be the first sub 100, then I wouldn't worry about it too much, because, like, yeah, you'll be the first sub 100, and you'll also have the record for a certain amount of time. It obviously, Lufo's planning this big run, but, you know, who knows what happens with Lufo's run? Who knows if it goes wrong, it crashes, he loses his file like you had that problem. You know, there's a million things that could also happen. So might as well, you know. I'm obviously doing this one, and I don't think anybody's even thinking about doing like a real-time attacks run to the corner outside of me, to be honest, because I'm a psycho. But I wonder what value, like, eventually, before I hit the FarLands, I'm going to have walked equidistant to the edge, so like 12 million. But I wonder what value that'll be, because it won't be obviously 12 million. It'll be like 8 something or 9 something. I wonder what it is, though. What? What the fuck happened there? Heck yeah, man. Congrats on the day. Be nice to take a break. Yeah, I appreciate it. If you're bored, want to check in, I'll probably be here for the little while longer. So, but thanks for hanging out. Oh shit! Every time. I'll talk to you later, dude. I'm sure we'll catch up again probably tomorrow or some other time soon about our pace and everything. Curious to see like, when you hit half a mil, all that. I'm it's gonna be crazy that pace. But anyways, enjoy the time off because it'll be nice.
Oh.